Good morning and welcome to the second day of this conference of the potential of research data. And a special welcome to all online participants. To increase access to research infrastructures and to the data and services is a priority for Sweden and for the Swedish EU presidency, which this conference is part of. It's organized by the presidency, the Swedish Research Council, and Sweden's innovation agency, Vinnova. Some important announcements before we start. In case of an emergency or an alarm, we need to evacuate the room, and then there are exits to the right, and also, of course, in the back of the room. And we will reconvene in front of the large fountain outside. If you're active in social media, you can use two hashtags. We have a hashtag for the Swedish presidency, EU 2023 SE, and there's also a special hashtag for the conference, Infra Open Data. And there are actually some photos already taken from the first conference day, which you can take a look at, and we are also welcome to use, if you like, at the website of the Swedish presidency. It's sweden2023.eu. And if you just scroll all the way down and to the far right, there's a small icon, like a square with two dots in. So if you click on that, you find a lot of photos from also the visit to the facilities yesterday. So let's get started. We will start with three different European perspectives on research infrastructures. And I'm very happy to introduce to you Edith Hurd. She's Director General of the EMBL, the European Molecular Biology Laboratory. And she's unfortunately not able to join us here in Lund. So she has sent us a pre-recorded keynote on European research infrastructures as enablers of life sciences. So let's watch it.
Hi, everybody. My name is Edith Hurd. I'm the Director General of the European Molecular Biology Laboratory, and I would like to thank the organizers for including EMBL to contribute to this very important conference of the Swedish presidency. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about what EMBL represents as an example of a European research infrastructure. So EMBL was created in 1974. It's Europe's only intergovernmental laboratory for life science research, and we deliver on 5 missions, the first being excellent basic research. We also provide scientific services and access to infrastructures of all sorts relevant to the molecular life sciences. Our third mission is to provide advanced training, both internal and external facing. Our fourth mission is to provide innovation and translation. At EMBL, new technologies are developed, new discoveries are made, and these are translated into applications, and we work closely with industry as well. And last but not least, our fifth mission is to integrate life sciences across Europe. We're a very international organization, almost 2,000 people working with us across 6 different sites in 5 different host countries, and we're supported by 28 member states. So in the context of this presidency, I wanted to tell you a little bit about how EMBL's new program, new directions are, we hope, propelling life sciences and infrastructures to the forefront. So EMBL operates in 5-year cycles, and at the beginning of 2022, the current 5-year program, Molecules to Ecosystems, was launched and unanimously endorsed by EMBL's member states. So this program is the first pan-European molecular biology program to address both environmental and human health, and it expands EMBL's impact by building on our foundations and expertise in molecular biology to try and gain mechanistic understanding of life in its natural context. So the research themes align with the European Union's priorities and the missions of the European Commission that were laid out in the Horizon Europe framework. And here I want to just emphasize that this new program really focuses on conducting cutting-edge research and innovation to rise up to societal challenges. And for this, we have to be truly interdisciplinary. And open data is an absolutely integral part of what we do at EMBL. And it is only in this way that science can be indeed propelled and maximum benefit can be reaped from the type of investment that's been made to allow this kind of program to begin. So some of the societal challenges I don't have to remind us of, the collapse of biodiversity in the face of climate change, pollution, the spread of antimicrobial resistance, issues of food security, and of course, emerging pathogens. This interdisciplinarity is absolutely essential for us to be able to deliver on this program. We need to bring scientists from different areas together in order to rise up to these challenges. And I want to emphasize that one of the themes that really underpins all of this new program is data science. And EMBL is committed to openly sharing data in order to allow the scientific community and the broader community to benefit from our discoveries and the knowledge that will come out of this program. So EMBL is actually unique because we actually do perform research, but also provide access to infrastructures for the community. And we do this with a very dynamic population of staff with a very high turnover rule. So every 9 years, people have to move on. This means we're constantly evolving both our research and our infrastructure. So we offer scientific services on the wide experimental spectrum of the life sciences. And a large component of these are actually data services. So some of the examples of what we do, structural biology services that we provide at 2 of our sites in EMBL Grenoble in collaboration with ESRF, but also at EMBL Hamburg in collaboration with the DAISY campus. We provide imaging services at our headquarters at EMBL Heidelberg with a new imaging center that's just opened in the last year or so and offers pre-commercial microscopy technologies to the wider community. And last but not least, we provide access to biological data resources hosted at the EMBL EBI site in the UK, where many of the resources that people around the world use are made freely available. Daily, there are around 100 million requests to our websites, and every month there are around 2 million scientists that access EMBL's websites. So EMBL's vast data resources and services support the data lifecycle in its entirety. And so scientists around the world are involved and benefit from the archiving, the analyzing, and the publishing of their data. So these are just the different steps of this life cycle in data. So scientists around the world generate data, make discoveries. The second step, of course, is that they publish their findings and they deposit their data to EBI in many cases. EMBL EBI experts archive the data and make the data available to scientists free of charge. The fourth step is that EMBL EBI also adds value to the data by classifying, enriching, and analyzing it. The fifth step is that we distribute and make available both the raw data and the added value data. And the sixth step is that researchers then use the data to develop new approaches, new experiments, and ask new questions and make new discoveries. So EMBL and EMBL EBI in particular fuel this data life cycle and contribute to an endless progress. And just to show you some of the examples of what this means, in terms of the societal value and importance of EMBL and other research infrastructures, I think the pandemic was a real revelation in many ways, because we had to rise up to this challenge and deliver as an infrastructure for data sharing and collaborative analysis. So EMBL EBI set up the COVID-19 data portal to access SARS-CoV-2 molecular and genomic data from all over the world. We also supported countries to set up their own national data sharing platforms. And this provided new insights into the new variants of the virus and also helped to analyze the molecular causes of different immune responses, for example. Other of our facilities, including our structural biology facilities, were also adapted to allow for rapid responses in investigating the virus protein, and also in the development of some of the vaccines and the testing of the vaccines that we use to fight this pandemic. On the other hand, we've also been very deeply involved in using artificial intelligence to advance biology. And EMBL EBI and Google's DeepMind have entered into a partnership that allowed AI approaches to forecast the structure of all known proteins. So my colleague at EMBL EBI, Matt Thacker, will have spoken, I think, in a panel about EMBL's AI and machine learning endeavors. And so this is another example of how powerful EMBL has been in allowing the propagation of data and the use of it in the most advanced way. And I think we can safely say that AlphaFold and this collaboration with DeepMind is a true revolution in the life sciences and is fueling not only academic research, but also pharma industry developments and promising future new treatments and cures for many diseases. Another example of open science that I think EMBL has been involved in and can be proud of is the understanding of life in its natural context at the level of oceans. And many years ago, an expedition involving the scientific vessel Tara, which is run by the Tara Foundation, was set off thanks to an EMBL alumnus, Eric Carcenti, who is head of one of the units here at EMBL Heidelberg. And he, as a cell biologist, launched this project together with Tara to try and explore the biodiversity of oceans. This has become a real example of successful data production and management that has led to many, many revelations. More than 35,000 samples were collected. This has led to thousands of different discoveries, lots of data, of course. More than 100 million new genes were discovered. So it's been a true success story and has led to hundreds of publications around the community, well beyond the community of scientists who were actually initially involved. And this has been a sort of example for us on which we're now benefiting in the new program to launch a new flagship project, which has just started, which is to traverse European coastlines called TREC. And here again, we're sampling across oceans, but this time across the European land-water interfaces, different coastlines and rivers. And here, the purpose is to combine forces with many different marine stations and collaborate with the EMBRC to really try and see what the impact is of, indeed, for example, high pollution levels at these coastal land-water interfaces where much of biodiversity change is happening. And so this will be, for us, a flagship project that we hope will allow many, many different institutes and marine stations to collaborate together to propel us into a new era of understanding the molecular basis of life at the ecosystem level. And another example was beyond the two I've just shown, is how open innovation has been successful. And at EMBL EBI, once more, an open targets platform was set up, which was actually established in order to allow unique public-private partnership to benefit all of the available human genetics and genomics data at EMBL EBI related to human diseases. And this Open Targets platform integrates this data to allow both academia and companies to work together and access this data in the most collaborative and productive way possible. And this is an example that I think will be, I would say, propelled and propagated in the future in many different areas, even beyond human disease. So I just want to state and emphasize very clearly that EMBL EBI data resources have really had a very high value for science, but also for industry users. And we've actually carried out reports to assess the impact of our data resources. And so the BIGRU report, which was a second one of which was carried out in 2021, showed that basically EMBL EBI has been truly transformative in allowing research and development to be benefited from in a very, I would say, cost-effective and and scientifically very useful way around the world, both in terms of research efficiency and in terms of research and development. It's had a huge impact and will continue to do so. I also want to end by saying that open data is clearly the way forward for the world and for Europe in particular. And I know that in Sweden and with the Swedish presidency, this is one of the areas that is incredibly well supported. And so EMBL will continue to drive forward open science and open data sharing. And to that end, we've created an open science policy, which strives to make sure that our publications, our data and software are as open as possible right from the start. We've also established a data sciences center, which spans all 6 of our sites to try and develop workflows that facilitate fair scientific data at EMBL and within EMBL's research groups and our services. And of course, we're providing new data portals to integrate our data collections and enable key research relating to human and planetary health to be benefited from. So research infrastructures such as EMBL play a huge role in decreasing the fragmentation of efforts and increasing trust between communities and in encouraging open science and exchange of good practice and advice. And these research infrastructures require sustained financial support. And I just want to emphasize that the pandemic really showed us that having such European research infrastructures ready to go to deliver whatever hits us was absolutely crucial in fighting this pandemic. And so all of these endeavors and services are here for the benefit of society, and they do require our care and attention. And so I just want to end by saying that at EMBL, we believe very deeply in the importance of research infrastructures and that we're not just doing experiments in our research, but we're providing the science that feeds these infrastructures and will allow them to evolve. And our mission is to make sure that the science of tomorrow is provided by the research infrastructures of today. So with that, I would like to end and thank you all for your attention and regret that I can't actually be there with you. I would have loved to, but unfortunately, there are many other things going on currently. But I wish you all a wonderful meeting and thank you for your attention.
So thank you, Edith Hurd from EMBL. Now I'm happy to introduce to you Jana Kolar, and she's chair of European Strategy Forum on Research Infrastructures and also executive director of a Central European Research Infrastructure Consortium. So please welcome and to share your perspectives on the European research infrastructure ecosystem.
Thank you very much. Welcome, good morning everyone, and thank you for inviting me here. I've had an excellent day yesterday here, listening to the presentations. I've learned a lot and I've really enjoyed also the beautiful surrounding. Even the rain, I was told that that was a good thing in Sweden, as opposed to my country where it's been raining for a month and a half. So, you know, I would be happy with sun. So. Yes, so today's another day, and I just hope that I'll be able to contribute a little bit to the sentiment that we all enjoyed yesterday, that it's a fantastic conference. So let's go first to the first slide. Yes, and it's here. Thank you. ESFRI is European Strategy Forum for Research Infrastructures. It's been established 21 years ago, and it's the first of its type within the research and innovation policy. It brings together delegates from the countries and European Commission, and its task of coordinating policy in the field of research infrastructures. Now, why it was the first one? Because they're so terribly expensive. Unless we coordinate, we're not really able to develop this field to the point where we would like to be. So already in 2006, the first roadmap was published. And this is one of the products of ESFRI. The other two you have also written on the slides. Now, we are best known for this roadmap. It starts by issuing a call to which the various proposals for new infrastructures infrastructure projects are submitted, it's evaluated and then adopted. Its current investment agenda from this 2006 roadmap is in excess of 25 billion, with 4 billion added in 2021 with the last roadmap. Of course, in addition to the roadmap, which contains now also more than 40 landmarks, so developed research infrastructures, we need to do also landscape analysis, and this is what we're currently doing. So the first one was published in 2016, and now we are aiming to have at least, hopefully, the new one published by the end of this year. The third product, which we introduced this year, is monitoring of landmarks. Of course, they have the title given by ESFRI that they are developed, well-functioning European research infrastructures. And we are responsible to monitor that that's in fact the case. So the first batch of landmarks have been monitored, and we'll discuss this outcomes at ESFRI meeting tomorrow. Now, in addition to these products, we also have a number of other activities, which several of you know because we have been sending you questionnaires to research infrastructures and to the member states. A lot of them, particularly this year. So we are currently working on a document on impact assessment. We are reviewing the various, the funding of research infrastructures, cooperation with industry, and then there are other topics, for example, also a response to the energy and supply challenges which research infrastructures are facing now. So all of these are our activities, but let's then go to EOSC. This is also one of the topics that we cover. Now, the title of my talk was about, contained the word ecosystems. And when we look at the EOSC ecosystem, it is a very complex one. Now, when it comes to, with various actors, so we have data providers, among these research infrastructures are really the key pillars that provide high quality data, services. They have users, so they provide link to users, to the various research communities. In addition to the data providers, there are research infrastructures which should enable the system to work. Then policymakers and funders, I joined them here, and we have a number of different ones. So there's European Commission, there's ESFRI, there's EOSC Steering Board, which brings together member states, and European Commission, then it's EIRG, which also has a similar composition. So there's a number of various actors in this field. Then, of course, there are researchers, users, be it from industry or from research community, service provider, and this is a non-exhaustive list of the actors in this ecosystem. Now, whenever we have a complex ecosystem, there are a few things that we need to address. So it is important that every element, so every actor does its job. But it's also extremely important that they are connected and coordinated. So in order to contribute our part to this, ESFRI has just created, together with EOSC, ESFRI EOSC Task Force, which just had its first meeting. So it brings together several of the key actors that you have in this ecosystem. There are 2 representatives from ESFRI, 2 from EOSC, and 2 from European Commission. So currently it's chaired by Volker Beckmann. There's Giorgio Rossi, Jan Hrušák, Elena Hoffert, Javier Lopez Albacete, and Martin Chamberlain, the last 2 from European Commission. So these are the members. If you have any questions about the work, please contact them during the coffee break. Now, in addition to bringing together European Commission and the countries that are represented in European Commission in ESFRI and in EOSC, we have also permanent observers, which is EOSC Association, representing the community, then the stakeholder community, and then there are 2 networks of research infrastructures, which is Aeroforum and ERIC Forum, and another permanent observer is also EIRG. And then we also have, on a rotational basis, one seat for other networks of research infrastructures. So what we're hoping is to bring together all the key actors and try to address just what I mentioned earlier, increase connectivity and coordination. Now, the ESRI EOSC task force had its first meeting, and the priorities that they have decided to work on are here on the slide. So first of all, they want to work to help reduce fragmentation of research data landscape by stimulating connections between ESRI-RIs, ERICs to the EOSC Federation. Then another priority is to assist in increasing fair research data productivity. And this will be done through effective and coherent approaches to verification, preservation, and curation of research data, and coordinated approaches to the cross-domain deployment of common tools for depositing, curating, and analyzing fair research. So this is all from me. I thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you a very good conference.
Thank you so much, Jana Kolar. Now we will get a third perspective from Mikael Arentoft, and he's head of European Commission's Open Science in Research Infrastructures unit. And you had held several senior positions within the Commission, and before that also worked in the ICT sector, the private sector. We are looking forward to listen to your perspective on how science, research and innovation is part of a European data strategy and data spaces. Maybe you would like to use this, Stas?
Thanks so much. Thank you so much for inviting me here. I have also brought a couple of slides talking about research and innovation in the context of the European data landscape. So what is our strategy for this European data landscape? Well, first of all, it's to have a common European data space where data can flow across borders, can flow across disciplines. It's also to have what we call a single market for data that is built on European rules, that is built on European values. This is why we have put forward the Public Sector Information Directive, the Open Data Directive, if you like, to see how we get the best out of publicly held data. This is why we have put forward the Data Governance Act also, to see how we address protected data. And this is largely through what we call trusted intermediaries. It's also why we have put forward, but still under negotiation, the Data Act, to see how we can address privately held data. How can we establish rules that are fair, that are practical, that are clear for everyone in terms of improving access to the data and reuse of the data. And around it also are governance issues. So it's not only talking about data lakes, if you like, but it's also all the governance required around having a European data strategy and a European data landscape. Why is this important for researchers and innovators? It's very important to have clarity, to have the highest quality of data, to have the fairest possible data. You need to know who is allowed to access what types of data and for what purpose as well, and most importantly, under which conditions that these data can be accessed. So this is the general horizontal rules landscape, if you like. How does this data space look like? Well, we like to illustrate it as a number of data spaces because they would both work with the horizontal rules, but also within each of the sectors, there are sector-specific access rights, sector-specific usage rights. So we would very much see this data space as a close articulation between all of them, if you like. They are both vertical and horizontal. If you take the example, for instance, of the health data space, we would like, of course, citizens like you and me to, and doctors as well, professionals, to have access to electronic health records, to e-prescriptions, but at the same time also have access to data from other fields, like environmental data that very much interact also with health issues. And related to research innovation, we would like them to have easy access, early access, also to the latest research findings in the health field, for instance. And vice versa, if you look at the data space for science, research and innovation, which we see being built on the European Open Science Cloud, of course, within that as a vertical space, we would have researchers and innovators having easy access to and having clear rules for reusing the latest research outputs, but at the same time also having access to data from the other sectoral data spaces for research purposes. So you see it goes both ways, and it's really a full articulation between them, a network, a federation between a number of European data spaces. Zooming in now on the European Open Science Cloud, how we see that, and that also very much as a federation and in line with previous presentations, with important nodes that are exactly thematic research infrastructures, and we want them integrated into this federation. We have given very important support through Horizon 2020. We supported 5 big science clusters, as we call them, with up to 10 million each, to enable them to be, if you like, EASC ready, enable them to develop different data access, data management, data integration tools, to develop their own suite of research services or to take advantage of other research services, and to be able to connect into this federation that we see as the science, research and innovation data space. We have also given support to 4 other projects that were more of a regional character, and in some cases they have given rise also to national nodes. We see in a number of countries national repository platforms, some call them national research information systems, and they, of course, would also be federated into the European Science Cloud. And of course, underneath of that, you have all the e-infrastructures, the services that are needed for, of course, for data storage, for high-performance computing, and for other generic services that will need to be provided. Now, for this whole federation to work, you need some central node. You need to have a common set, for instance, of access and use policies, who can access what is responsible use in the system, what are the rules for participation for those providing services. You need to have an authentication and authorization infrastructure. And we heard about that yesterday. It already exists, so we should build on what already exists. And of course, we need to have common search and access engines. You need to be able to discover the services. You need to be able to compose them. You need to be able to access the data sets and, as I said, integrate and manage them. Of course, this sounds easy and it's a simple picture, but it's not easy at all, and we know that. So a lot of efforts still need to go into fair and open, which we see very much as the common language of the European Open Science Clouds. It means to have a model for what is a fair digital object, so in the broad sense, not necessarily only data, but increasingly important code, software, algorithms we heard of yesterday, also models, with appropriate persistent identifiers, using, of course, standard formats, having metadata which is as rich as possible for interoperability reasons and for reuse purposes, clarity of the conditions, so clarity in terms of the types of license for reusing the data. It requires an ecosystem of these various components, policies, standards, specification, registries, repositories, that will come up in various forms. And it requires support to each and every research community to develop harmonized interoperability frameworks, both within the disciplines, but increasingly important across disciplines. And this is why, following the 5 times 5 times 10 million we put into the science clusters in Horizon 2020. We launched in 23 another call where we wanted the science clusters to come together and see what they could be doing in terms of co-developments, but also increasingly what is needed in terms of tools to allow research that cross disciplines. So this will be almost 25 million project where we will announce the selection in the next few weeks, maybe a month. And finally, cutting across all these technical issues are important policy issues around data sovereignty, but very important also about data productivity, which means we really need to increase the volume of fair data that we have. We need to populate the whole ESC Federation with data that is as fair as possible. I noted that Edith Hurd put a number of 11 billion. This was in terms of benefits. 4 years ago, we made another study, which would be the cost of not doing it. And it's a similar order of magnitude, 10 billion per year for Europe, because the data is not fair. My final slide is summarizing a bit the benefits. I think we all understand the benefits for researchers and innovators in terms of access to data sets, easy tools for integration and managing increasingly heterogeneous data sets. And here again, Edith mentioned the COVID-19 data platform. What she did not mention was all the struggle that we had in integrating heterogeneous data sets, data on the disease itself, sequence data, but also clinical data and socioeconomic data. So this was really, again, crossing different disciplines and not at all easy to do. But also, of course, benefits for researchers in being able to discover new services, compose new services into their normal workflows in their virtual research environments. And here the Blue Cloud is another very good example where marine researchers have access to millions of data sets, and they have developed themselves a wide range of research services that they can compose into their virtual research environments in each of the subfields of marine research. So increasing quality, increasing openness, increasing fairness of the data, which makes it easier to validate research findings, to reproduce research findings in many cases, and in general to have an efficient gain in the research process overall. The societal impact is clear, both in terms of diffusing the latest research knowledge, reusing it in an earlier stage, in a more open stage. The multidisciplinary aspect of what we are trying to set up is increasingly important, in particular for societal challenges that cross across disciplines. And the innovation and the support for increased competitiveness in Europe is obvious as well, not only in terms of having a data-driven society and a data-driven innovation on which companies would thrive, but also from access to research infrastructures in general. And in the session after the coffee break, we will hear much more about this industrial or innovation potential. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mikael Arentoft. And as you said, there will be parallel sessions soon. We will gather at 11 and there will be 3 different venues. So depending on which topic you selected when you registered. And if you don't remember, don't worry. There will be lists at the coffee where you can find who registered for which session, or you can just choose the one you prefer. And all sessions will also be live streamed. So here are the 3 options on how to get there. So the first one on how to increase impact in industry takes place here in this very hall. Number 2 on trust in science for good data management and fair is in room 206. So it's on the 2nd floor, 206. And the third on long-term financing for sustainable research infrastructures and data, the venue is Eden, and it's located just 3 minutes walk away. You get out of a building, you turn left, you keep on going straight ahead. The building is on your left, and there will be people to show you. There's a sign also says Eden, so you can't miss it. And after the parallel sessions, lunch will be served. And lunch will be today here outside this hall, where you also will have coffee. So we start again at 13 hours, but first for the parallel session at 11 hours. And now it's time for fika.
We are currently facing our biggest societal challenges ever, and the crises are here to stay. Collaboration across borders, knowledge, and resilience are more important than ever. In recent years, Europe has invested significant amounts in research infrastructures, state-of-the-art experimental facilities that strengthen Europe's research and innovation system by providing researchers from academia and industry with advanced tools and expertise for excellent research. These facilities are available and can contribute to solving important societal challenges, such as health and sustainable development. To succeed in this, we need to ensure increased and broadened use of these technologies in applied research and development, and strengthen collaborations between companies and research and innovation partners. Sharing data is a fundamental pillar, and we ask some experts, what are the key factors in order to fully utilize the facilities and tackle societal challenges?
SciLife Lab is a national research infrastructure, and this research infrastructure generates massive amounts of data, and sharing this with the larger community is, of course, a key to success. This was evident during the pandemic, when SciLife Lab infrastructure started helping out in diagnosing the infections, as well as measuring antibody titers in people that had had the infection or been vaccinated, to advise on strategies when designing the vaccination program. As the first one in Europe, SciLife Lab launched the COVID-19 data portal to share data between the different activities in the SciLife Lab community. And this portal has now changed name to the Pandemic Laboratory Preparedness Portal, and we continue to publish information on, for instance, viral titers in wastewater, or the publications and data generated by our researcher community, and by sharing, preparing for the next pandemic.
If I had to pinpoint one single success factor, for there's many, but if I had to pinpoint one, I would probably point to the commitment to the long-term vision of open data and of the values that pursuing it has together with open science. Then, of course, in practical terms, you need to commit to something, and this something is work constantly with your community, understand what they need, be guided, provided what the community needs at all stages. And I think this is what we're trying to do, and this is probably the key to our success now.
The understanding of how industry, the healthcare sector, society, and the population can benefit from this research capacity must increase. Together, we need to ensure that we take care of, utilize, and disseminate both existing and future findings. In this way, we can exploit the full potential of the facilities to generate research and innovation that contributes to solving the challenges society are facing.
Good morning and welcome everyone to this session, both you here in the beautiful hall at Lund University and also those of you who are following us on the live streaming in front of your screens. So this film was an introduction to some of the issues that we're going to address in this session. How to increase outreach and create impact in industry. What are the major opportunities and major challenges of sharing data? My name is Anders Salman and I will be your moderator for this session, which is organized by Vinnova, Sweden's innovation agency. So the focus of this session will be on industry's use of data that is generated at the research infrastructure. So we were going to talk about what the potential could be, what are the challenges, and what are the incentive needed to increase industry's use of data. So we will have some short introductory remarks from our distinguished speakers here on stage, followed by a discussion where we also would like some input and impact from you in the audience and you at home as well. But we'll get back to that in a minute. So let's start. Our panelists have been asked to give a short 3-minute introduction to around this question. What is your view on the potential of industry's use of data to advance innovation, enable sustainable growth, and to address societal challenges? 3 minutes. So I'd like to introduce our first speaker, Dr. Edward Mitchell, from the European Synchrotron Radiation Facility in Grenoble in France. As head of business development, Ed manages the relations between the ESRF and industry, which today participates in 1/3 of the science done at the facility. The ESRF is funded by 21 countries and is a world-leading academic and industrial research infrastructure using X-rays to understand materials at the micro and nanoscales. And research done in part at the ESRF has resulted in 4 Nobel Prizes so far, right?
So far, but we're not counting. That was your.
Yeah, we're not counting.
We're not counting.
But please, Ed, give us your thoughts on the potential of increased use of data from industry.
Huge, but we face barriers, problems, which we're going to discuss in this session here. Synchrotron sources are extremely polyvalent. X-rays can look through anything, they can study all sorts of things, right? So industrial sectors, academic sectors, we can work with almost all of them, which also makes it difficult, can make it difficult to communicate about what we can do. Industry is now a core mission of research infrastructures, right? In the bad old days, back to the 1990s, it was like, maybe we should work with industry, but not really keen on it. And that's really moved all the way through to we must work with industry. And so now we like working with industry because there's good science. It shows the socioeconomic impact of the facilities. In the 2010s, structural biology with pharma really arose as a core mission, a core work of the facilities at Light Sources. And we're now seeing more of these tailored services being developed. The pharmaceutical work really pushed what we do on the beamlines for MX with robotics, standardization, and certain procedures. We do know, this is a quote from Magnus, who's sitting here in the front from Alfa Laval, and we were talking to him a couple of weeks back. We're here in Lund again. And he said, better tools are needed for the next generation, smarter R&D by industry. And we want to make sure that industry integrates the research infrastructures in that methodology so we can speed up the production cycle. But we also need to make sure that the RAs can stretch their brand from academia out towards industry. So we've got Planet Industry and Planet Synchrotron in our case, coming closer in orbit so we can engage with each other. Just one example, because I can see I'm nearly finished with my 3 minutes. We've been working with BASF, who approached us, and we've used Streamline funding from Horizon 2020 to build a customized tailored service for BASF. So from scratch, they came to us, they wanted to send us thousands of samples per week as part of their structural genomics work. Structural genomics in this sense, not biology, but in battery materials and catalyst materials. They wanted us to do it faster and cheaper than what they can do in-house, and we've succeeded. And there's now a system on our beamlines that's working for them, orders of magnitude cheaper than it is for them to produce the data in-house. And they get better data, way beyond what they could do in-house. And that's been catalyzed using Horizon 2020 funding. And it's very nice, and we'd like to see more examples like that.
Thank you, Ed, for that introduction. And let's continue with our next speaker, Kristina Edström, who is a professor in inorganic chemistry at Uppsala University and also the project coordinator for the EU large-scale research initiative Battery 2030+. And this project will develop next-generation battery technologies with ultra-high performance, using in part machine learning and artificial intelligence to create new battery materials, always with sustainability in mind. So this initiative includes partners from 24 EU countries and 101 organizations from academia, RTOs, and industry. So, Kristina, please give us your...
Thank you. I start like my previous speaker. The potential is huge. If the CEOs of the companies understand to really use that, we have CEOs that really understand that, and CTOs, and then it's moving so fast that we in academia, we can't really keep the same pace. So the potential could be even huger if we really create an ecosystem between industry and academia. I'm an academic, so I give you that perspective. And that is what I think we are trying to do in this Battery 2030+, where BASF is one example. My heart is also a little bit with the SME companies. I think there you have more of a problem to really see the potential of these infrastructures, but it's there. And there, academia and industry together can play an extremely important role. And just to give you one example, we have just from the Swedish universities, together with the RTO RISE in Sweden, sent in a suggestion for a system where we should promote in the different regions of Sweden collaboration between academia and industry to do this. And I think that could increase the potential. Then we have all that data generated by scientists. And there we come back to some of the previous discussions that we've been having here. We have to learn from life science sector for the other sectors, the one I represent, that we have to have a common vocabulary because we generate so much data. And I will come back to how much details it is if you really should share that data. So many details that you don't get the overview of what you are going to do. And that we have to sort out together between industry and academia. And then we have a huge chance and potential for utilizing these. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. And our third speaker is John Eriksson, Professor in Cell Biology and Director General of EuroBioimaging, the European landmark research infrastructure for biological and biomedical imaging. So through EuroBioimaging, life scientists can access imaging instruments, expertise, training opportunities, and data management services that they might not find at their home institutions. So EuroBioimaging was granted the legal status of an European Research Infrastructure Consortium in 2019 and was fully operational in December of that same year. So, John, please.
Thanks a lot. And yesterday we heard a lot about open access and open data and the importance of that, and also that this is a paradigm shift. It's a true paradigm shift. The ramifications of that we are seeing only now. In this respect, the European research infrastructures are really in key position because they do have the skills, they do have also the data management and so forth to really make a difference, and they are and will become the powerhouses of science. So in this respect, I would say that Europe is in a quite unique position also, because this kind of federated research infrastructures you don't have anywhere else in the world. And it has taken a long way to develop this, so we should make sure that these excellent infrastructures and the technologies and the know-how behind them is really maximally used also to leverage industry. Access skills, access to skills, we were discussing that quite a lot yesterday, and that comes also to data. As my colleagues pointed out, this will be a big challenge to use all this data. Just to take an example from my own infrastructure, as mentioned, we have centers numbering up to 173 centers around Europe, spanning all the way from really small things to medical imaging. Some of the instruments generate several terabytes of data in one session in a few hours. Terabyte means monster byte, and it's really a monster because 1 terabyte is approximately the same as the content of an average city library or 1,000 movies that we are watching on Netflix every evening. So handling this and to make sure that you can access, that you can also get rid of the nonsense. And of course, the creation, all of those things that we were discussing yesterday in terms of fair data, that's a big challenge. And the infrastructures can help in this respect. So to maximize and leverage the data that we have, I think one of the big challenges and one of the big opportunities is right now to generate these corridors of training, skill management, education, research, and innovation, which will be a collaboration between research infrastructures, academia, and industry to really maximize the impact. And I think with that small introduction, we could go to the discussion.
Thank you very much for your introductions. So now you've heard our introductions from our three speakers and their perspectives. So now we would like to have your comments as well. So please go to Menti. If we could get the Menti on screen here. So we have two questions that we want you to answer on Menti. First, what is needed to increase companies or industries' use of research infrastructures? And how can you, in your role, contribute to increase the use of research infrastructures? And after that, you can ask your question to our panelists. So that's for both you here in the hall and for those of you following the live stream. You can also participate with Menti. You can skip ahead yourself to the next question. You can say as many answers as possible to each question, but you can't go back to send more answers. So think about that. And please give us your input, and we will lift up some of the comments into the discussion later on. So let's start the discussion then. Now we've talked about the huge potential for industry's use of data. Oh, don't start looking at the Menti just yet. Focus on me. I know it's exciting, but... So we talk about the huge potential, and you, John, you also mentioned what some of the challenges that is needed, but what is the road to get to this huge potential? So what are the main challenges as you see? Ed?
It's on the Menti, communication. Getting out, industry need to know. We go out regularly, we're doing B2B, we go to our expos, we do LinkedIn, all this kind of stuff, but it's the most challenging part is finding the right person in the company to talk to, right? You're trying to get in touch with Total. It's 20,000 people. Who do we actually talk to out of that lot? It would be nice to be able to go in and talk to CEOs, CSO level, but as the ISREF, right? Who knows the ISREF? So we can try and use little black books of sometimes of governments because they know people they can phone up. But it's the most challenging is one of the points, the challenging points is communication, letting people know what we can do, and also Menti that we're open.
Could the challenge also be, on the other hand, that industry don't know who to talk to in the facilities?
Yes, we try and solve that. We have through web, LinkedIn. We try and make it natural who to talk to, email. Clarity, but of course they need to know that a synchrotron might be of use to them, right? And then actually going ESREF, finding industry, that's like an easier step. It's teaching, training, educating. Again, there's loads of Mentimeter stuff about this. People about what the facilities can do, whether it's bioimaging, whether it's neutrons, whether it's synchrotron X-rays. And there's, sorry, go on.
Yep, Christina?
No, it's really important. But I also think that academia can play a role in collaboration with the large-scale infrastructures, because sometimes you need, as an industry, to understand what is the possibility, what can I do at this facility? And there, one entrance door could be the academia, and that could be a good collaboration with the infrastructure and the academia to say, well, at this place, you have some competences that could perhaps help you and pull up to do this. And sometimes you even have to use the infrastructure you have at the university to see that you can actually test the thing that is useful to take to an infrastructure. Because some problems you can use at other kinds of infrastructures also available. So we have to build this ecosystem between the infrastructure, academia and industry in a good way. That's what I hope with this Swedish Spirit project will lead to, as an example also for other regions in Europe.
So I couldn't more agree with what Ed was saying, and also what Christina was saying in terms of academic collaboration, but the awareness, the recognition of the importance, the success stories. We need to be better in this respect and engage with the industry. Eurobiomaging has an industry board, and I was lucky enough to meet with the chair of the industry board just before coming here, and we were thinking about these very questions. And he said that collaborating with the academia is super important, and with research infrastructures, for them to develop anything. So these are instrument providers mostly, and this kind of interrelationship, going back and forth, also in terms of students, postdocs, researchers that are either coming into the company or collaborating with the company, maybe going back to the academia and so forth. And this applies definitely for data as well. So that in short, but the awareness, this is something that we could jointly do something about, I think also at the level of the European Union.
Mm-hmm. Ed, you wanted to add something?
Just very quickly, going back to the comment about working with academics. So for the RIs, we certainly work with RI. We work directly with industry sometimes, maybe it's not this much, sometimes through RTOs and the academics, but also that we're seeing that there's intermediary companies now cropping up, right? Small, nimble SMEs that help interpret industrial needs, this side, into RI needs. And that starts to work very, very well. But there's no one size fits everything. And that multitude of communication routes and engagement and not relying just on one is important.
But coming back to what you mentioned, Christina, earlier about SMEs, I imagine that it's perhaps easier to work with larger companies, but what is your view on also attracting SMEs?
I think it's extremely important, and that's where we have to build an ecosystem where they know where to go. And I think one door is always important. You can't just run everywhere. So one place where you go, and then you are sent to a certain region or a certain competence, etc. I think that's very, very important. And I think they could leverage a lot. Now I come from the materials and the energy side, so these companies, they do generate a lot of data themselves, but to really, and they need also the data from research, and they need to know that the data from research is qualified. And in my area, we publish so much shit, so it's very difficult for industry to sort out, is this a hype or a real result? And that is very, very difficult for the SMEs. So we have a great responsibility, and that's what we're trying to do in the partnership, battery partnership at European level, to have some kind of reporting methodologies, not only data, how you should handle your data, but also how you should report the data to really be able to compare different things. I think this is also a dimension we have to remember. So this is a quite complex question you're asking, and I'm giving you a complex answer for that reason.
John,
I could comment on the level of qualified data, whether it's, published or not published. That is a big elephant in the room, because I think the astronomers have already done a great job in this respect, trying to figure out what are the important bits and what are the less important. But I think we can learn from those. But I think also when it comes to publications, then also research infrastructures and academia can help in this respect, filtering for the industry a little bit what is relevant or not.
So coming back to the quality of the data, what is a kind of data that industry sort of can use? What is the FAIR format data enough for the industry, or does the data need to be curated in some other way, and if so, by whom?
I could start on that. I think definitely it needs to be refined in average. I think in some cases you do have systems which would provide an intelligent answer, but I think there needs to be a person always engaged, and most likely many persons, to filter this in a qualitative manner, definitely. So curation, quality management, filtering, but then also having systems which would be truly freely open access to explore. I think you need both.
Ed?
Oh, you took me by surprise. So at the ISRAF, we've got data policies in place. So we have one for academia, and now we also have one for industry. So it's clear how we curate the industrial data. We keep it forever, okay? Unless the commercial client wants us to delete it. So we have an approach there. So it's closed data. It's still fair. It's important, though, that for some of the routine services, that the workflows are standardized, the data is in standardized format, so that it is refindable over time. Because we are, in our work with industry, we're saying we will keep your data. So they don't have to they can transfer it if they want to, but we're keeping it in a confidential way, we're secure and all this kind of stuff. we have to make sure that we're doing that in the right way for the companies concerned. Structural biology, it's okay, it's done, right? There's standards all over the place. I think the challenge is going to be in the new techniques where industry is taking that up as a routine access to the synchrotron. If it's ad hoc, a little bit here and there, it's not such a big deal. But for tomography, for example, or powder diffraction, there we need to go towards quality assurance, standardization, including the data.
And who curates the data? Is it the researchers themselves, or is it a responsibility of the RI, or?
At the moment, it's for the responsibility of the curation is us. Financially, how that's supported in the longer term is a biggie. I don't have an answer for that.
I think it was in one of the discussions yesterday, actually, that when you start generating the data, that you have a transformation in culture, that it's being taken care of by the user at that stage already. And also that the machines are incorporating metadata and so forth. In most publications, at least in life sciences and medical sciences, the metadata is not included. So it's like zero connection to the metadata. It may be, if you're lucky, it's in the in the databases, you may find it, but it's not trivial.
Christina?
I would like to go even more concrete for the area. Life sciences is an area we look at very much because you've come much further. But if you look at all the data generated at universities, I think it's very unclear how it's curated, and of course the different universities have the responsibility for it, etc. But how do you really make it open and shareable? And for industry to be usable, then you really have to work together to make this a unified descriptors. And we are trying to do that in the Budget 2030 Plus. ESRF is part of that by setting up electronic notebooks for the large-scale experiments we are doing at synchrotrons, not only ESRF, but among others, but also for all the modeling data we are using and trying to make a closed loop of experimental and modeling data to accelerate research. And there we see that when you start to doing that, you get so many details in each step. So you have to have very qualified sort of centrics to really tell these are the important data so that we have to share and we can sort of also put in a repository, and the industry and the other users need to know what this is. And it's a huge job if you've not done it before. And we see that it's rather complicated and costly, but it's necessary.
Yeah, making that data accessible, useful for the wider community is absolutely critically important. So you don't have to do it again. We've got, going back to life sciences, at the ESRF, we've got the Human Organ Atlas. If you go to Google, because you're all in your emails at the moment, if you go to Google, look up Human Organ Atlas, you'll go to the ESRF portal for downloading and looking at tomography of bits of people. They weren't alive, right? It was extracted organs and stuff like that. But that's done in a standardized way for a specific experiment, for a specific consistent set of data samples, if you like, right? They're all human organs, it's all tomography, it's all well annotated and clear, and it's publicly available. But there is a cost, and there's effort involved to actually do that.
A lot of effort.
Yeah.
So there's a cost. Who pays?
I don't know. Ask our funding bodies. At the moment, there's some money there. We're taking care of it ESRF side, and we've got some external grant support as well. Is it tenable and sustainable? Okay, tricky.
I think there's a session on sustainability to address that question. But when it comes to data, for example, there are no really good business models for that. So what are the costs of data? Because they're often kind of buried somewhere mystically, and then the data pops up, but there are no free lunches. So I think the business models, not only for research infrastructures, but also for data management and what have you in that department.
I think that's really important.
Yeah.
And maybe that's important to show for the companies as well, how much you will really gain by doing this. And so I think I agree. Business models we should set up also for this in some way.
Yeah.
I heard a story recently from one light source, which I will not name, where they had a request for some data, existing data, to be packaged and made available, and it was cheaper in the end simply to recollect the data. than to go through the effort of repackaging it, putting all the metadata, putting it in a certain format or whatever it is to give to the client concerned, the commercial client in this case. But it was cheaper just to recollect it. And there's also a debate there about recollecting being cheaper than long-term curation of data.
Yes. So let's talk about the incentives now to work together. We've talked a bit about increasing the awareness in industry to work together with research infrastructures. But what about creating real incentives at the RIs themselves also to work more with the industry? Is there something that is needed to be increased, or is the willingness all there?
I think in the beginning, Ed, you told that that in your infrastructure community, there was a reluctance in the beginning for industry cooperation. And I think that's really true, is, let's say, 20 years ago. But you see that the attitude is changing. And maybe that could be also taken care of a little bit starting from the beginning, starting already from the interactions we have with academic communities and master's programs and what have you, that you can actually work actively with industry already when it comes to service provision.
Mm. Christina, you have an...
Yes, I'm thinking a lot about access programs, because we have had incentives like projects funded by different funding agencies with industry and academia, and then you send in your application and you're not granted beam time. That can be a problem. If industry is prepared to pay directly for the effort, that's no problem. But we have a gray zone here where you might need some new kinds of thinking around access programs and also ways to share it, this collaboration. But the thing is that if the scientists get money for doing this with some companies, maybe the infrastructure also needs a little bit of that funding as an incentive to really receive these groups as a special thing. And we have missed out on that part, I think.
When we earn cash income, so we have a target. Since 2016, we've had an annual target at the ISRA for cash income. This year it's 2.56 million euros, I think, something like that, which is both quite large and also both quite small. That money gets recycled into our budget, right? So on top of the subsidy from the member states, that goes into the budget and is recycled into capital investment staff. So our annual budget is about 90 million. So 2.5 million, that's not that much. But actually, once you rip out all the fixed costs of staff, electricity, heating, buildings, our investment budget is something like 10 to 20 million. Suddenly, that 2.5 is actually useful cash. And having that recycled into the beamlines, the facilities, the staff, they actually start to see the value of working with industry beyond the socioeconomic stuff and all that kind of things. There's a much more direct impact on their programs. And going the other way around to encourage SMEs to use the facilities, we're lucky at the moment we've got some European funding in Leaps Innovation, which builds on what we did in Calypso Plus, where we have some subsidies for SMEs to access light sources across Europe, which we're allowed to do under European subsidy rules. And as soon as you go, we've got business developers going out, talking to industry, and as soon as you say, well, we could do something for you, and we can subsidize it, it's immediately de-risking it for the SME, who are cash-strapped with cash flows that are a nightmare. So immediately it de-risks it, and they're willing to have a go. And we've had, I don't know, 20, 30 companies doing that kind of access so far, and we're carrying on.
A short comment related to facilitation. For SMEs to participate, it has often been a little bit cumbersome, and they are maybe intimidated by the complexity of the bureaucracy and so forth. I think one funding model that for service provision that is being experimented now is the purchase model, which wouldn't require that the partners are necessarily in as beneficiaries from the beginning, which is a big change in terms of just the practicalities. It makes it much easier.
Yeah, I can also say that I'm very happy for the LEAPS initiative to put Battery 2030 Plus as a role model for a community to work with, and that we are now experimenting with a battery hub at ESRF that is opening up for Europe, and that has inspired ideas for future calls that we will send in this autumn to really see at the European level. I think we could do a lot more at the European level to give incentive for companies to really be part of this. And I think that is a little bit missing. It's very much localized to the different regions and specific synchrotrons or neutron facilities as it is today.
Sweden tries to do well, and it does do well. Is Vinnova in the room?
Absolutely.
There's two admitting to being Vinnova. So Vinnova with Maria Oman's been running a program where there's subsidy, there's grants for industry to work with RTOs, to work with RI to solve problems. It's been going on for, I don't know, many years. And now as a result, Max4's got a lot of case studies with this kind of access. It works very well. It's extremely encouraging. We've gratuitously copied it for another European project called Remade, where we're doing it on a lower scale than Sweden can do, because Europe's got less money than Sweden, but okay, so fine. It's a pilot program. And here you are going to be giving out 30,000 euros for the same game. Academia working with an industrial and using an RI to solve some kind of challenge.
And Christina, do you have in your projects examples of what academia has learned also from industry by working together?
Yes, we have learned that in this area, BASF was one example, there are more. Industry is moving so fast that we are getting worried that academia will fall behind and that we will have a gap actually with what we do and our relevance of what we do, especially in our home laboratories that can be useful for the companies. And that is really important and worrying when it comes to us educating the next generation of people that these companies will employ. So that is a gap that is actually seen also from the industry side, and they even publish papers on this in Nature to describe how worried they are. So we're worried from both sides on this. So we really need to find a way to bridge, especially when it comes to the data handling. And it's not particularly Sweden, it's in Europe. It's actually a global thing, this gap which is appearing now in my field.
So let's open the stage for questions from the audience. First, we'll have a mic that is available if someone here in the hall would like to ask a question. But first, we'd like to get some comments and reflections from the Menti. So, Erik, please.
So, thank you. I can say that the questions that we got via the Menti, they have a common issue, so to say. And the key issue is that how can we gauge academics to be interested in solving problems in industry, even though this might not end up in new publications?
Ed, you look keen.
No, I'm politically incorrect on this topic. So don't go there.
Okay. After now we get even more interested. But
Okay, I will react. I think it's a true question. I think it's a really important one. You won't get every academic interested in this because they think it's not their core. That's true. But you have enough of academics that are. And you have also a good collaboration with RTOs. I think we have to look at the whole landscape, that we are not only see academics as a university plus RTOs, and RTOs have a really important role here as well. And you have to take this whole ecosystem into account. And I think that holds also for what's going on, for instance, in other countries in Europe, this sort of landscape building. And these companies, the small immediate, what did you call them? Intermediate companies. Don't forget them.
No, they're important.
John?
So, to be fair, when it comes to infrastructure organizations, although we are already quite significant and well established and with lots of know-how and facilities behind, then if you go to the average university corridor, the awareness of the potential of these infrastructures could be much better. And also this connection between the infrastructures and back to the industry is something that where there could be a lot of awareness improving taking place. So just occurred to me one message or example that comes from my own community. I think all of you are aware of pathologists already from the beginning of the 20th century have been grading leukemias and other cancers by just looking at cells. And they get a grading and you get a prediction. Now, there's a big European project where we are partners, and I think a number of people also and organizations in the room, which is called EU KIME for a Federated Cancer Image Database. And if you think that you could engage the pathologists, those that provide the imaging services, the infrastructures, the academic environments, this project, and together with relevant industries, there's an amazing potential in this. Of course, linking then to the know-how in other infrastructures, whether it's biobanks, whether it's structural biology, whether it's physics and so forth. There's an unbelievable potential in this, but there's a lot of awareness that needs to take place before this happens. But I think with this perspective, one can, if things go well, the sky is the limit. It's really hard to envision how science will be in the 2030s with this perspective.
Ed, do you dare to share?
No.
Okay. Okay, more comments and questions from Menti?
Yes, I can say that the other group, it relates to when you actually are starting a collaboration between academia and industry. And then the key issue is how to balance the interest of private entities and rules of public investments.
Okay.
Nobody looks very keen on that question.
IPR is always, it's a pain in the ass, right? I mean, we, generally the facilities, if there's a client coming and paying, IPR is yours, clear, right? Unambiguous, which is in contrast to other parts of the world where it's actually somewhat ambiguous. When we collaborate, we try and put down clear IPR conditions. It's the legal teams that do it. And being brutally honest, I think it's often the universities that are the more difficult partners. Industry, it's often pretty straightforward, or even an RTO is not bad. But some of the universities, it's really scraping in the IPR, and it's which I understand, it's part of their metrics maybe, and they need to do that. But I mean, months for ping-ponging a contract around, it's crazy.
Your experiences, Christina?
No, I can probably agree that you have to set the rules from the start of collaboration to really know what you should do and if you should do an IPR or not, and how you could publish as a result of that. If you set that from the beginning, I think it's possible, but you haven't done it, it's a nightmare, I agree.
I think you need to start with some low-hanging fruits in that respect, because there are rooms and virtual rooms and environments where you can operate together and you don't have so much of a problem. Just to take the industry board, which I mentioned, our own, as an example, we have some 20 companies there, and they are, many of them, competing with each other. In that space, they are amazingly collegial. They have been impressed themselves that they can operate in this environment, they can operate with us. And of course, these are early days. This has been taking place only a few years, but I think when developing this kind of culture, you can overcome these problems. When it comes to IPs and things like that, then you just need to set the stage, the rules, first refusal and things like that. I think, for example, Vinnova, other institutions like that have a good, collection of rules in that respect.
But we should remember, if it's public funding, it should be open access.
Why?
Because that's what the industry tells me. They want open access because they want to read all the publications.
But you want to generate value, so you got me started now. You want to generate value so industry can use the results, because at the end of the day, they're the ones that are going to solve the societal problems using the data. It could be open in the sense of maybe there's a gentle publication, a case study, some writing about the social.
You can always say that first year, 2 years,
yes,
not open, and it will eventually become open.
It could be eventually open after a certain amount of time,
sure.
which is far in the future.
But I agree with you. It's so much easier if it's low-hanging fruits and low TRL work we are doing. As soon as come closer and closer to the core of that company, it becomes more and more difficult.
Then it's tricky.
Then it's tricky.
But what Ed said is really true, that we have open access, and I think in some cases you will have data that will generate an IP, but it's in everybody's interest that that IP is secured before this becomes open access. And so it's kind of a no-brainer. And I think the academic institutions and also in infrastructures and industries are acknowledging how to move on in this respect.
Okay, so do we have a question or a comment from the floor here in the hall? Yes, we have one. Then do we have a microphone? Yes, we do. Perfect. Please introduce yourself also before asking your question.
Does it work? Yes. I'm Magnus Fredriksson from Alfa Laval, and we are kind of engaged in trying to build up the use and utilization of research infrastructures. First of all, I would just like to comment or share our. We have been starting to work with the researchers and infrastructures for a couple of years now, and the experience we have is really good, really positive. There are incentives, yes, but the major part of all researchers we have been working with are really good and really positive, working with the industry. But I have just maybe a philosophic issue here, but from the industry side, we are working a lot with the green transition and solutions in that sense. And you know that we are fighting the clock, and that means that the distance between novel research and applied industry research is really decreasing. So we are just standing behind. We need the results now. And that means that we come into some kind of maybe balance or priority issue for the research infrastructure, and maybe in the future there will be a big boom of the industry. How do you see how we can handle this for the future when the industry are coming in or taking over or will be a competitor for the academic research at the research infrastructure? Maybe a weird question, but...
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think there's also a question around, is there a healthy level of paid industrial research at a facility? It's that tension between the academic, let's call it, not call it academic, the public program, because industry can apply for the public program. It's absolutely fine, and we strongly encourage it. How do you handle the tension? What's the right balance? What's the fair balance? I'm biased because I've got young kids. I want to see a good future. I would like to see much, much more work being done on applied science, and that includes industry at the facilities. I would be much more VTT, Fraunhofer, CEA-like about a research infrastructure, pushing it a bit more towards the technology infrastructure zone, adapting it in quite a large scale. Not all of it, maybe 20% of the beam time, then working with industry in a different ways, right? So paid for, collaborative, maybe owned beamlines like they have at PSI, SLS, over at the APS. Very flexible approach to adapt to what's really needed and being able to do it at speed. That's important because, as you're saying, that cycle lifetimes now to get better batteries, better catalysts, whatever it might be needed for the green transition is needed. It's not needed in 5-10 years, it's needed now. And I think we can answer that, but it's a bit of a mindset change at the RIs and in industry as well to enable that rapprochement.
And to add to that, we need competencies. We need educated people. We need more engineers, and that is a lack because we also lack a number of other things, like in Europe, nurses and doctors and whatnot. So yeah, it's a challenge to act rapidly now. But I would agree, as a scientist, there's still room for more companies in the infrastructure. I've seen, both at Max 4 and ESRF and PSI, that I've evaluated.
I would completely agree. So just welcome aboard.
Yeah.
And I
go
think,
for it.
like Ed stated, some kind of percentage, and also with that percentage, whatever it will be, having a working modality that is favorable for both partners.
Yeah, and don't forget academia, because we are the ones that train your employees that you will employ.
There's nothing that stops industry owning and running beamlines. They do it at the APS. There's no reason why we can't do that at probably most of the European facilities.
Sorry, we have to move on.
Anyway.
We have another question as well, so we want to get to.
Hello, good morning to everybody. Well, my name is Juanjo Daño-Beitia. I'm director of the EMSO European Research Infrastructure Consortium. We're dealing with the health of the ocean, which is an interesting topic. Well, one of the things I was listening today, and I am a little bit surprised. I mean, one thing is academia, another thing is European research infrastructure. I think our experience with the industry is they don't care about to publish or not to publish. They care about business. And to do business, you need to trust people. And in the first place, they don't trust us at all. In the first place, they think, well, are you going to change the regulation? What are you going to do with this? What are the compromises we can have together with you if we're going to do something in the future? So the first thing to establish is to break this bad bridge. And this on the side of the European consortium. And at this point, my suggestion, if I may, is that in the first place, to establish a good connection with the industry, at least in the marine domain, one thing which helps a lot is co-design, because then you put part of your effort together with the effort of the industries. If not, I mean, we have a long way to work together. On the other hand, at the level of European research infrastructure, without a strong link with industry, I think there's no future, simply. I mean, I don't know what we are doing, because research infrastructure is not academia, it's research and technology, as you say, engineers. We need engineers to set up the tools to progress.
Okay.
I don't know if
so your reactions to that comment?
Co-development for sure, co-development, co-design. We try on a very small scale. I think we need to do that on a much, much larger scale. It'd be great if the Alpha Laval initiative works out. Hope to see much more of that kind of work happening, but on a much, not incremental down here, but step function and fast. But for that, we need, brutally, we need resources, staff, the motivation. And it is a little tweak in the mission statement, right? Doing that, which I think should happen. But that's my view. ESRF hat off, right? That's my view.
And you talk about trust, and I think that's very important. And then you have to build long-term incentives or structures that can give you the feeling that there is a solid sort of route for this. But it takes time to build trust.
Yes. Yeah, I think what we discussed already was having some kind of specific modality and operational modus that would facilitate this, and the trust requires long-term operation and collaboration. So it cannot be just like that. Somebody's walking in and walking out after 2 weeks. It doesn't work that way.
The trust is tricky. It's like getting married, right? You've got to have a lot of confidence. And this is, I don't think Anna would mind me saying, so AstraZeneca is a big user of MAX4, uses ESRF, Diamond, other light sources. And a few years back, I can't remember how many years back, AstraZeneca took the decision to do away with their in-house X-ray source and just trust the synchrotrons. Better data, good quality, but then trusting that we can deliver the data when it's actually required. And that took a lot of time to build up the trust and the confidence that we could do that work.
So do we have a last question from the Menti? No? So we've talked a lot of, we talked about a lot of things, but it feels like we've only scratched the surface here. But John, you have the pleasant job of summarizing this session later on when we get to the plenary sessions. So in order to make your job a little bit easier, I would like to ask each one of you what you think is the most important action point from this discussion and going further to increase industry's use of data from research infrastructures. Ed, what do you say? What are the most...
Me first again. I had two. We're doing the wish mode.
Yes.
Two wishes. I would like to be able to talk to the CEOs and CSOs of companies and be able to explain what the light sources or RAs in general can do. The second wish, I would very much like the European Commission to take up the idea for supporting SMEs. They all need support, and have a specific call for subsidy to allow us to continue to provide the support to SMEs. Only going to cost 3 to 5 million for EC in the room, 3 to 5 million for a little call coming out in Work Programme 27 would be nice. Short-term wishes.
I would like to have some kind of collaborative effort between industry and academia to go further, not just talk about fair data and open access, go further there and really set examples and be concrete. It's time to take action.
Yeah, I think just echoing what we discussed already before, awareness comes really high on my list, culture change and having specific modalities of working together. Those are high on my list.
Great, thank you very much. I think this session has served as a great conversation starter for lunch later on now. I would like to thank you so much, John, Christina, and Ed. You will get an applause from the audience. Thank you very much. And thank you also to Vinnova for organizing this session. And thank you to you, the audience here in the hall, and also you watching home at your screens. Thank you for your engagement and for all the questions and comments you have sent in during this session. So, thank you very much, and let's have lunch.
Please be seated. So welcome back. Are you curious about the parallel session which you didn't attend yourself? You don't need to worry, because here to tell us about those are three speakers, one from each of the sessions. So I would like to introduce to you John Eriksson, Director General, Eurobioimaging, Lydia Borrell-Damian, Secretary General of Science Europe, and also Helmut Schuber, Director General at the European Spallation Source. So, I have a challenge for you. Could you try to summarize the key points, any recommendations that were touched upon during your respective sessions, and keep it very, very short? So let's start with you, John. You were part of a session on how to increase impact in industry. So how would you summarize it?
So we had a very good session, and this was specifically how to increase the impact when it comes to data. And we concluded that the opportunities are really ample, amazing, in fact, but lots of challenges also are ahead of us. We listed a few things: awareness, the industry awareness, also the awareness among scientists could be much better of the opportunities, knowing the opportunities, knowing success stories that could be inspirational and give an example and so forth. How could we collaborate? That is a big question. And then also two-way awareness, so that infrastructures and the academic organizations will know what are the demands out there when it comes to companies. This leads to communication and trust, fostering long-term interactions. These are not like short-term, there needs to be specific modalities for this. And in this respect, I think our request was also for the Commission to think about this, to develop some kind of modalities that would be an incentive, and also that would be facilitating this kind of interactions. Then when it comes to data, there is so much data, about 2% of the data is published, and then lots of the rest of the data is somewhere maybe to be found if you're lucky, but usually not to be found. And so for us, the challenge is curation, availability, quality assessment, joint projects on data, where you have university environments in kind of long-term engagement with infrastructures and with industries, in data mining, data employment, and so forth. I think that's my summary.
Oh, excellent. Thank you so much. Okay, so let's move to you, Lydia. And you were sharing the trust in science through a good data management session. So how would you summarize it?
Thank you. It was indeed a challenge, because we had very engaged speakers and audience. And we had two main angles: the trust in science itself by society, and then the trust in science or in data by researchers themselves. So when it comes to trust in science by society, a first element is to have very robust methodologies, scientifically speaking, so they can be reliable. And that applies to joint structures as well, and dialogue between research infrastructures. Of course, another element is the accessibility of data and the understandability of data. There was a question as to whether a scale to measure the level of fairness of the data was going to be useful in this sense. And that was kind of inconclusive, because such a tool should be more for helping to build fair data than judging institutions as to whether if they are using fair data in an appropriate way. So it all relates to communication aspects. Definitely methodologies and processes in place should be better communicated to the wider audience. When it comes to the trust in science by researchers themselves, trust in data, sorry, I shouldn't say trust in science, there was a big plea on more clarity on the interpretation of the legislation. So it's not necessarily that we need more legislation, but the interpretation of the legislation should facilitate the work of researchers to have less worry about how and under which conditions to use or reuse the data. Investment was, of course, a key word during the discussion, but not only investment, financial investment, but financial in human resources, financial in support, financial in training, to have a better equipped research infrastructures. And last but not least, again, it was a matter of making data accessible and thinking about the researchers' careers, accessible, that was a word that was mentioned at some point as well. So thinking about the future, the role of the European Open Science Cloud is considered essential to gluing the efforts of different repositories and research infrastructures around Europe. And perhaps the SDGs should be something that we should have in mind to help us focus which data should be prioritized in using or reusing and preserving, because it is clear that we cannot generalize that to all data. And then to finalize that summary, 3 recommendations for member states, because this is a presidency conference. So 3 recommendations for the member states. One is to continue building synergies across the European Union, but not only that, but we also with the intention to build a global dialogue on fair data, global. The second one about increasing the recognition of the existing work and existing infrastructures, and not to necessarily build new ones, but more using what is out there, recognizing what is out there, as well as recognizing the disciplinary knowledge that is already there. And then last but not least, I think that was a very important recommendation, is the promotion of fair data as a public good that should stay in public hands.
Thank you so much. And for the third parallel session, which you were chairing, Helmut, it was about long-term financing for research infrastructures and data. So we already touched upon that.
Yeah, thank you very much. So we were discussing the foundation of everything, that is money. And so we also had a great engagement from the audience and the panel. So a very good session. So I will talk about a little paradox, right? We have a great product, which is, and as we have seen, the data that we produce and the knowledge and know-how that we produce. It seems there is unanimous conviction that this is very useful for humanity and for our societies. So if we were a company, then we should now have great profits that would allow us to do great investments and do more of the good stuff. In our case, with the research infrastructure, that seems to me not an automatic consequence. So we don't reap directly the benefits of our work by increased funding streaks. So then we thought, well, where can we work on this, right? What are the handles? And the first was cost, because, well, with limited funding, we can bring down the costs, and that would require, in some cases, coordination, and there the member states, but also the European Union could play a vital role. We also realized there is always a breaking point. If you try to coordinate too many things, there is a diminishing return on investment. So you have to find a sweet spot there. One example was if you run a supercomputer that needs a lot of electricity, and there's countries in the EU that give it basically out for free in some parts of the country, then that's a strong incentive to place those facilities there, but that means that others agree to that strategy. So work on the cost, then work on the narrative, right? So I think we are here among us, but does this message that what we produce has such a great value? And we have seen these outstanding numbers, right? If you were a stock company and you would convert €1 in 106 euros, as we have seen this morning, I think there would be a rush towards you. So what is about the narrative? And in particular there, we're also in the social sciences, right? How do we bring that out when we're talking about climate change, but all the other social sciences that are so important to make our societies work. And then was a very strong statement about the funding model and the complexities, in particular with the ERICs. There was a feeling that I think some people had expected that the ERIC framework would also be a framework that guided a lot towards how the funding models could be set up and help people doing so, and then also create understanding between the actors. And this seems not to be the case, and therefore we also would urge here the political side to do something about that. We had a member from the European Investment Bank that was very good, because they help not with the funding directly, but with cash flow. And as we are very often multinational funding streams, that can help, you know, in periods where some countries have a little bit economic difficulties to iron out these things. And this should definitely also go into operations. And that brings me to a central point that in general, very often there's project funding available, and projects, I mean, the big ones like ESS, they are attractive. But then we have to think that we have decades, 2 points of operations that have to be funded, and thinking about the skills. And the last statement I would like to make is simply that any economic model for our infrastructure should be such that it fosters our excellence and allows that we do the best science and research and produce the best data and be an enabler and not a brake on this. So that was our session. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much to all three. Excellent summaries. Thank you so much. So, while we now are changing on stage, I would like to involve you in an exercise together with me, because what's next is what's next. What actions are needed for creating a sustainable European research data landscape? What needs to be done and by whom? So I would like to invite you all to give your views. So you go to menti.com, you might recognize the code from yesterday. It's not the code we've been using today in the parallel sessions, so use this one. Please submit your thoughts, and we will look at the answers a little bit later, because first I would like to welcome back 5 of the previous speakers, which we met already during the conference, to give your answers. So welcome back Anna Panagopoulou, Katarina Bjelke, Christoph Kuhn, Jana Kolar, and Rory Fitzgerald. You can use the steps over here. We can use that order. So maybe you'd like to line up in the same order, so it's easy for the audience to follow who you are.
From this side or from the other side?
We've decided we are sitting here already.
Okay. This is the first test.
We've decided.
Yes. So then I start with you, Anna.
Yes.
Yes. So the overall aim is then to reflect on how investments and regulations affecting research infrastructure and data management can improve conditions and benefit society. That's a small question. So since you are the director of ERA and Innovation at the DG Research and Innovation at the Commission, you have also had several senior positions at the Commission and also worked in the private sector before that. What needs to be done and by whom, from your and from the Commission's perspective?
Mm-hmm. First of all, I was following very closely the briefing, and I've seen there were 3 parallel sessions, but nevertheless, they were very much matching to each other to the outcome. And I think it was all said, and it was said also yesterday. The first thing, there is an agreement after these 2 days discussion that we need to go digital with the research infrastructures. I don't think anybody doubts about this. The second thing is that it's a challenge to go digital, to go open access, and to organize the data fair, to change the mentality of the researchers, to put data in the repository, and then even more challenging, if we want to have the best use of analytical for data, we need to have multidisciplinary data interaction, and plus the power of AI and other tools and supercomputing in order to be to the maximum. So these are the challenges. This has to be done. How we can done? First is enablers and incentives to the community. We need really, as funders, as policy makers, as research infrastructure organization, as university and academia, to put the incentives and the enablers. Second, we need to think, it was said, about a sustainable model for financing all this. And here we're talking about financing of the infrastructures itself, the operation of the infrastructures, but also the digitalization of the infrastructures. So there is a need for investments everywhere. And therefore, we do need to reconsider the model, either in the context of the funding from the European Commission. As you know, we make an important contribution. The contribution from our Horizon Europe program is mainly focused on studies, preparatory phases, on accessibility to the research infrastructures. Is it enough? We have the challenge of preparing the next framework program. Do we have to do something more? Second, ERIC regulation. You mentioned ERIC regulation. We are going to present very soon a report, an expert report on how ERIC is implemented. Is the ERIC regulation fit for purpose? Do we need to look at it again? The third point is about the infrastructures itself, and whether from the conception of the infrastructures, we have to take into consideration the digital open science principles, therefore should be calculated in the cost. You spoke about cost, but also greening the infrastructures. And this is valid for the operation of the infrastructures, but also for the operation of the digital elements of the infrastructures. So all this, I think, is things that we should do, plus the skilling. I discussed a lot about this yesterday. We need to skill our future researchers for that. How we will do it? Only with collaboration, strong collaboration, alignment on goals and objectives, strategic prioritization, and joining investments and resources. So we need to think from now on a joint strategy on research infrastructures in the digital world, which contribute to the needs of the society, the societal challenges, but also to the European leadership. Allow me to speak about European leadership in a global sphere, because this is very important.
Thank you so much. So let's move to Katarina Bjelke. You're Director General of the Swedish Research Council. You've also been the university director and worked with research policy for the Swedish government. So what should be done and by whom?
Yeah, thank you. I can echo a lot of what Anna said, of course, but I won't do that, and I'll be a little bit shorter maybe. I think there are 3 points that I would like to lift, and one thing is, of course, encourage further development of efficient methods for high quality data curation and storage. That is crucial, of course. Also, more active initiatives to stimulate and enable use and reuse of openly available research data on both national and international levels. And last, it has been said before, securing sustainable long-term funding for research infrastructures and data. That is really crucial, and it must also include, I think, funding for necessary skills development. I would also like to say that one thing that is difficult, I think, but is important, it's a cultural change, as Anna also said. That is a very important thing. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's move to Christoph Kuhn, you're director at the European Investment Bank, and you're working with operations business planning mandate management at that or directing that department. And you also been working within commercial banking before. So what should be done and by whom?
Thank you very much. Actually, I had the pleasure to work since the beginning of the S3 agenda on various research infrastructures, and was also part of the team who appraised and structured the ESS transaction here to make finance available. So I have a bit of experience. I think the main issue when it comes to financing from a banking perspective, but I guess in general we all share that, is uncertainty, right? And uncertainty on both sides, on the financing side, but also on the cost side. And when I look from a pure financial perspective, with the current interest rate environment, this uncertainty has just increased yet another time, and substantially. So what can be done to reduce that uncertainty and give a bit more predictability? I think clearly what we need is to have facilities in place that can bridge finance budget commitments, which do not come always upfront and in a long term, both not during construction phase of a research infrastructure and certainly not during the operations phase. So there's something that can be done, and something that we as EIB are working actively on to actually provide longer term stability, to actually bridge budget commitments that may not be firm at any given point in time, but depend on budget cycles. And especially when different member states are involved, budget cycles are different, and therefore a central facility that can ensure stability and availability of finance is key. Clearly, we are currently collectively, I think, falling short in providing that stability during the operations phase, and I think something has to be done there. And not only for the very large research infrastructures, but I think also for the smaller ones, and maybe something in the area of aggregation can be done there. And it's clearly something that I take home from this conference, that there is a particular need that needs to be addressed. The second area where we are particularly concerned and active is to actually make the research infrastructures more sustainable and green. And I think especially in the area of digital and data centers, energy consumption and energy efficiency is a huge topic and is something that needs to be addressed. Clearly, whatever can be done there, especially with maybe advisory services to help research infrastructures to make sure that they get into a greener sort of structure, we're very much happy to help. And then I think last not least, certainly not least, is that we have to rethink the revenue models and bring in the private sector more systematically and in a more standardized way. There are, of course, revenues that are generated with the private sector and research infrastructures, and in some cases actually substantial. But there is no coherent sort of private-public partnership model that people can rely on, whereas a certain framework, so that then these cash flows, which are also in the future, can become bankable and can ensure that there is certain financing and stability, and again, reduced uncertainty available to research infrastructures. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's move to Jana Kolar, Chair of ESFRI, and you're also the Executive Director of the Central European Research Infrastructure Consortium.
Thank you. A lot has been said, and also audience has contributed some of the points to which I can also subscribe to. So I mentioned earlier that it's a very complex system that is being developed. Every actor should deliver on what their task is, and then we should really take care that the effort is coordinated. Now, the problem with this is that every mistake will be very expensive. In order to deliver EOSC as soon as possible, because we need this, industry also needs this, public research needs it, society needs it, we need a well-coordinated effort, and this cannot be understated. It will be expensive, so mistakes will be expensive. If, for example, we have communities in a certain field of research infrastructures, which develop different approaches from the other communities, it will be then, double work to bring some of the things together. And it's not just within the research communities, it's across data spaces. Research infrastructures need to contribute to various data spaces. And there's currently not much coordination between this. So it's important to understand that we will actually need to look exactly into this question that you ask. Who does what and how to coordinate this? And then in addition to this, there's a bit more planning needed, what we need to put in place to reach EOSC. Now, training has been mentioned. Now, hopefully there's some assessment in 10 years, if we deliver EOSC, how many, or in 5 years, how many data stewards and curators we will need to deliver EOSC in 5 years, meaning these are the people that we need to start training now. Yeah. So in addition to the training of these people, IT services, again, it will be down to IT competences. And in this case, we'll be competing with industry. How will we make all of this work? So it comes down to funding. Who's going to fund what? There's also some more coordination needed in this case. And how much funding should go into the training, delivery of services, in order to really accomplish this. To end here, we'll discuss it more later.
Thank you. And now to Rory Fitzgerald, you're Director of European Social Survey, and you're also Professor at the City University of London. So what should be done?
Thank you. Some slightly different perspectives, maybe more from someone in a research infrastructure itself, rather than maybe the kind of meta level, thinking of it maybe bottom up rather than top down. I think we'd obviously really like to see this interdisciplinary working come up. It would really be the kind of cherry on the cake in the EOSC. And I think there's a lot of potential here, but we need the space to really ensure that's a bottom-up process. It's not just necessarily driven by the same metadata standards, but really thinking of the research questions, the global challenges, the societal challenges that we want to address. So that mission-driven approach to trying to focus on this, I think, would be a priority. And I think it's the clusters that could potentially lead on this. So clusters, I think, is something very important. And that brings me to my next point. I think there's been a lot of great work done in the clusters to prepare for the EOSC, but that work is not yet finished. I think we need a further phase, really, of cluster work, but with inter-cluster working built into those projects. And I think the clusters could really work on coming up with similar fair data policies. I think the clusters, by the way, is going to be even more important as more and more S3 projects are coming onto the roadmap. The roadmap is becoming bigger. We really need the clusters to play a key role in that coordination. The impact of research infrastructures is obviously, again, a crucial element in terms of future funding for the EOSC. And I don't think we're yet there with good measures of impact that really work across all of the domains. In the funding section earlier, ICOS, Eric, were talking about how do you possibly measure the impact or the cost of being able to save cities from global flooding because you predict it in advance and they build ways to prevent the flooding or move populations, whatever is required. Or how, in my own area, European Social Survey, do you measure the impact of being able to create better policies to deal with immigration and migration. And I think there's really a crucial role here for S3 in terms of developing those models for impact. Two last points in terms of moving forward to the EOSC. There's been lots of emphasis on documentation, but less emphasis on how the underlying quality of the data that's going to be in the EOSC is going to be assessed. There's a danger you could have an EOSC full of data which is of low quality, but because it's well documented and it's in the EOSC, it's considered to be of high quality. So we really, I think, need to think of good methods for that. And last but not least, it comes back to a point which I think Anna made at the beginning. It's this thing about investment in the career of those future data stewards. I just don't think that's happening really at the moment on the scale that we're going to need. So we really need to plan that together. That could, again, be a role for the clusters with S3.
Thank you so much. I see a lot of you nodding to each other. Are you completely agree on everything, or do you have something you would like to oppose?
Not to oppose.
No?
Not to oppose. Not to oppose. Well, maybe I would like to say a few words about the vision on how to deliver EOSC, because Jana said it will take time and there is need a lot of work to be done. But I think my colleague Michael Arenhoff this morning spoke a lot about the funding that we have provided on the clusters. So to start creating the mini EOSC. I will call them the pilot EOSC or the mini EOSC in the 5 disciplines. 10 million each one of those under Horizon 2020 program. And now what we expect to have out of the call of Horizon Europe 2023 is exactly this project of 24 million euros, which is going to bring the results of the 5 clusters together to work on the multidisciplinary data and to see how these data have to be organized, whether are going to organized in a similar way, the FIR data, what about metadata, quality of data, and services that we need in order to access the data. So I think, just to point that there is something in the making, which I believe is going to be extremely important to demonstrate how EOSC will work in the future. So just to say that we are in this pipeline. And the second thing I would like to highlight in relation to investments. Framework program provides under Horizon Europe 2.4 billion euros. One of the questions there as well, whether we need a separate program. The way it has been constructed over the last 20 years, research infrastructures funding, is that the framework program is there to support the massive investments that are coming from the member states. And I think we have to recognize that member states put massive investments on research infrastructures, plus all the contributions from banks and structural funds, which is another important investment source through the member states, of course. And RRF, the Resilience and Recovery Fund, we have seen that the member states, out of the entire RRF envelope for research, which was 50 billion euros, they have allocated 3.6 billion on research infrastructures. I think these are very positive news. The work that ESFRI is doing about the analysis of the landscape and the creating the roadmap is super important, because the investments are huge, and we need to see where we have to concentrate. So I just wanted to point out that there are a lot to become and a lot of reflection with the support and input from all of you on how the EU funding could be even more substantial and even more important and adequate for the needs that we have.
Thank you. So you're referring to what are input from you, all of you, at Menti. So I suggest that we take a look. We can see them on the monitors, so you can all have a look on the screen. And I would also like to invite you to comment on them. You can take a look in front. And maybe if we can, I think there are quite a few inputs. And you can see them in front of you as well, so you don't need to turn back if you don't like to.
Sorry?
They are there.
Yeah, it's better.
It's better, yes. So,
but we cannot see everything.
No, we can't see anything. We're trying to solve that, so you will see even more comments. Oh. Look at that. Nice. So is there something that you find especially interesting or bad, or something that you would like to comment on from what you see here?
I'd just like to comment on the thing about communication to researchers. I think at the moment, in most disciplines, researchers are not very familiar with the idea of the EOSC and what's to come. And maybe there's something we could do in a coordinated way across our infrastructures and domains to try to engage our own researchers with what's possible. I think at the moment, that's been a little bit understated.
Right.
I would like to add to this. It's extremely important that researchers understand the importance of this, because they are the ones that will need to spend a lot of time providing high quality metadata, not just the data, but also the metadata. So they need to understand this, and and they will once they see the value. So we already have excellent use cases, and we need to promote these use cases so that there will be also the ownership of this approach to EOSC on the side of researchers. Will not be able to progress without the support.
Right. So is it possible to see them once more so we can get a flavor of all the inputs? And anything else you would like to comment
Maybe
on?
on communication, what I would like to add, and maybe there are many people inside this room that they will confirm that, the EOSC partnership had launched a number of communication events in all member states. So the tripartite events, we call them, because it's the European Commission, the EOSC Association, and the member states concerned. So we go there and we'll try to explain to all research communities in each one member state about EOSC, about fair data, what needs to be done. So it is in the pipeline. It takes a lot of work, but I believe also, apart from what we do at European level, the role of the member states and each one of the organizations, internally in the organization, internally in the research infrastructure, in the academy, in the university, is extremely important.
Right. So anything else you would like to comment on,
maybe
Katarina?
there's something about, if you scroll down, clarify the legal thing in different countries and how this is possible to coordinate in some way. That is extremely important also, not to have that as a hurdle in the end, so to say. So that's important to focus on also, I think.
Yes. Christophe, anything you...
Well, I picked up the simplify and I think it was unify, wasn't it? Simplify and unify different funding streams. I think is a very important point, and especially the magnitude, but also the diversity of different funding sources at regional, national, and EU level is extremely difficult to handle. And I think the more we get to harmonization, maybe one-stop shop solutions, also to bring in grants, technical assistance, but also loan finance together in one common sort of shop where people have a unified rule framework. Now, of course, I'm dreaming, this is not going to happen, but the more we move into that direction, the better it is. I mean, it is too complicated.
Anything else, Jana?
Well, yeah, regarding the models that should contribute to sustainability, yes, coordination of funding. But what you mentioned also, we will need to look also at private-public partnerships, and something that has been mentioned over the last 2 days several times, the demonstration of impact will be extremely important for funders to be able to support it correctly.
If I may add here, indeed, this is an extremely important point, and we need maybe to go out from our comfort zone, that research infrastructures are there to deliver science, basic science only. It is there to deliver excellent science, but this excellent science could be used in different ways, could be impactful for the industry, for the innovation, and for the society. And I fully agree, we have to demonstrate this impact, and probably we have to do, I mean, what a company, I like very much when you said about companies. If I were a company, I would have done it differently. So what a company will do is going to do roadshows to find investors. So maybe we can think about a completely different way of attracting the investments and the funders to the research infrastructures. It's not a company, but if we want to have private investments, then we have to think in a different way.
It looks like you all agree. Then I would like to suggest as a final question, and if you were here yesterday, which you were, you know that it's to try to summarize in just one point what would be the most important issue or on top priority or top on your wish list, whatever you like, for creating a sustainable European research data landscape. So should we start with you, Rory?
I think for me, what we're seeing here is the need to do more with our data to really get it to those standards of being completely fair. And we've got to really sit down and calculate how much it's going to cost and what the additional work is to prepare those data sets so they are machine readable, so they can be used by AI. And if we could do nothing else, if we could get that right now, this is something additional that we often haven't been doing so far. So we need to find out how we're going to fund that and who's going to work on those tasks.
Thank you. Jana?
Well, I'll repeat what I said earlier. we have the actors, we need to coordinate the efforts as much as possible so that there's little duplication or no duplication, but a much more clear way on how to deliver on EOSC in the future. Mistakes will be expensive.
Thank you. Christoph?
I wouldn't be here in my role if I would not speak about finance. I think for me, the single wish would be to have a unified framework to finance research infrastructures in a more standardized and simple way at all sizes for smaller and large ones, combining different sources of finance.
Katarina?
Skill development and I think ownership for the researchers of the data is important to emphasize accessibility also.
Anna?
Well, I think what we need to do from EU side, from the European Commission side, and very soon, is to go out to demonstrate the added value of open access and open data through EOSC. So to go out and to show cases to demonstrate why a researcher should do that, why he should change the mentality, why he should work to make his data open and to put them in a repository. This is what we are working inside the Commission now, to go out with probably an event where we will be able to demonstrate the added value of what we have done up to now with EOSC through the illustration of concrete thematic cases.
Thank you so much. And thank you to all panelists. Thank you. Okay, so we are approaching the end of this conference, but at the same time, it's a beginning for next steps to facilitate and support open data movement in the European research area. And as a legacy and continuation of this event, a declaration is being prepared by the Swedish EU presidency. And here to present it is Sweden's Minister for Education, Mats Persson. Welcome.
Dear colleagues, we have come to an end of this presidency conference, and I think it has been amazing to take part of all the discussions and to see the ongoing discussions and to also see that this is the first step on a big journey that we are going to walk along together. And thank you all for your active participation and for all the discussions during these 2 days. There are many things that at least myself, from my own perspective, that I take with me in the work that we all have in front of us. The aspect of quality of data, the importance of trained professionals, the importance of that there is a benefit for the individual researcher to share data, the importance of collaboration, and the importance of that actually taking action and start doing what we are talking about up here on stage. Throughout this presidency, Sweden has put focus on open science, open data, and research infrastructure. And the discussions that has been taking place during these 2 days were initiated in policy debates at the informal Compet Council in the beginning of our presidency. So this is you will find there is a part dependency in what has been going on during this spring. In May, the European Council adopted conclusions that call for a transparent system and open access to scholarly publications. The Council argued for immediate and unrestricted access to published science that benefits from public funding. This is a very important step that is taking place at this moment, and all the member states were pro this. When it comes to using research data, we know that there are economic imperatives to maximize the utility and reusability of data. And limitations on access to reusable research data creates barriers. It creates barriers to innovation, and it creates barriers to competitiveness. And here we still have work to do. In the Lund Declaration of Maximizing the Benefits of Research Data, the Swedish presidency calls upon the member states to accelerate and maximize the benefits of fair and open research data in Europe. The declaration has been discussed with the European Union's member states and with the European Union's Commission, with the Commission. And all EU and EFTA countries have been invited to endorse it. Austria, Belgium, Bulgaria, Denmark, Ireland, Netherlands, Norway, Portugal, Slovakia, Slovenia, Spain, Switzerland, Italy, Latvia, Lithuania, Czech Republic, France, Hungary, and Croatia have already officially endorsed the Lund Declaration. I had to read because it's it's expanding in real time as I stand here. And we look forward, of course, to the additional countries joining them in the coming days. This is a very important step forward. So it's approximately 19 countries, I think, or something like that at the moment, that it will, I think, be all of them. And it's a big step for Europe. This is important. I would like to say a big thank you for all your inputs and good cooperation during these 2 days. And also thank you very much for your support regarding this declaration. This conference is an important step for Sweden. It's an important step for Europe. And I now want to give the floor to Deputy Director General Signe Razzo from the European Union's Commission for a comment. Please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Dear Minister Persson, dear colleagues, first of all, I'm really very, very glad to represent the European Commission here today in this final session. And first, I would like to thank the Swedish presidency and also Minister personally for organizing this very important event on this really significant topic, as we've heard in the course of 2 days here. I'd also like to thank very much Lund University for hosting us here in this magnificent historic building. Even more so that, as I learned, that Lund University is a bit younger than the university, which I've graduated twice, which has also been established by the Swedish king. And you may wonder which university it was. It's a quiz. Now, on the topic that we've been discussing here for 2 days, and also referring to what Minister just mentioned, already last December, Council adopted conclusions on research infrastructures, which notably expressed the need to further develop the European infrastructure for scientific data and digital transition. This event and also the declaration maximizing the benefits of research data are therefore very timely, and they very clearly represent European priorities. No doubt that they will seed reinforced policy activities on fair and open research data in line with a pact for research and innovation in Europe. Fair and open are crucial data which attribute to deepen a truly functioning internal market for research knowledge. Open access to fair data is also a key driver of the policy agenda for the European research area. And in the context of development of the European Open Science Cloud, EOSC, we, that is the Commission, together with the Member States and also the research community, are working on policy challenges around fair and open data productivity and sovereignty. The EOSC initiative has been designed to accelerate the free circulation of scientific knowledge across ERA. It also stimulates a convergence process of sharing research data across borders and across disciplines, in the EU, but also internationally, as we heard. And as one of my also the priorities as Deputy Director General of Research and Innovation in the Commission is to be Chief Negotiator of Horizon Association. Certainly here we can lead, and this is an area where we really need to collaborate also with our international partners. Namely, this convergent process enables to share data as early as possible in the research process, as openly as possible, and also in a digital form so that fair principles are possible. The objective is very ambitious since the targeted convergence shall happen in various dimensions: institutional, national, European, and international, with commitments from various stakeholders. Research infrastructures, including ESFRI projects and landmarks, roadmap by the European Strategic Forum for Research Infrastructures, ESFRI, European Research Infrastructure Consortia, ERICS, and other international research infrastructures are prime stakeholders in this process. They enable big data science and digitalization of data services, including AI-related services. This is the future, and I know that a lot has already been said also about these challenges, but also opportunities for the future in this relation. They also help in the diffusion and uptake of open science principles and practices. They develop community-driven interoperability frameworks, which are necessary in order actually to manage this, and also generate and process increasing volumes of fair research data, which need to be taken care of, as we've also heard here. And finally, they address major societal and environmental challenges and can also strongly impact Europe's industrial value chain. So there is the economic dimension, social dimension, also citizen engagement dimension, as we also discussed in the session, how to increase trust in science using also the FAIR principles. And in this process, we are capitalizing already on the collaboration between the member states, the Commission, which is taking place within ESFRI, but also on the experience of various networks of research infrastructures, such as the ERIC Forum. For all these reasons, I'm very, very pleased to express the strongest support by the European Commission to the declaration by the Swedish presidency on maximizing the benefits of research data. And the Commission will extend its commitment to maximize the benefits of fair and open research data in Europe and beyond, in close collaboration with the member states and with all the relevant stakeholders. So thanks again for organizing the event, and let's start to implement these principles. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So the conference, as well as the Swedish EU presidency, is drawing to a close. And Spain is next, and will have the EU presidency from the 1st of July until the end of this year. Here representing the Spanish EU presidency is Raquel Giotti. She's Secretary General for Research at the Swedish Ministry of Science and Innovation. So please welcome up and tell us a little bit about your plans and priorities for your presidency.
Minister Persson, dear colleagues, it is an honor to be here addressing you at the closure of this event. And the first thing I would like to say is congratulating Sweden for your excellent work during the presidency during this semester, and especially for organizing this outstanding conference here in Lund on research infrastructures. And I think that the European Union is doing a great effort in jointly develop the necessary research infrastructure that our scientific community needs to produce best science. And in this sense, I want to acknowledge, in particularly, the work done by the ESFRI and its members as an independent forum of senior officials that is guiding the strategic landscape of the European infrastructures, and is also identifying potential synergies between the different infrastructures. We think that large research infrastructure are extremely important because they are the building blocks for scientific progress and also are vital instruments coping with the big challenges that we are facing as societies. And these challenges are difficult to face as individual countries. So research infrastructures are also a technical challenge. It has been mentioned many times during the conference, and are also a driving force, force behind the development of science industry. And of course, this is because the design and the construction of such infrastructure requires the development of innovative technological solutions, which in turn foster competitiveness within the industry and that expands the international footprint of businesses in the industry. And we have already mentioned during the conference that the research infrastructure provides services and train young scientists and engineers. They are repositories of knowledge and also hubs for innovation. And moreover, the distributed architecture of research infrastructure across Europe contributes to foster the European spirit and also territorial cohesion that is aligned with national and regional strategies. And I think that the contribution of ESS Bilbao to the European Exploration Source is a very good example of that. And the use of European Regional Development Funds and also the Recovery and Resilience Fund has been very useful for this purpose, and we need to guarantee it for the future. And of course, considering recent challenges and emerging crises, we know that it's very important for science to be able to address global challenges that are becoming more evident than ever. And in this regard, the Lund Declaration on maximizing the benefits of research data will significantly enhance our response through the principles of open science with European and other international partners. Spain supports and endorses the Lund Declaration as it is aligned with the actions and the values of the Spanish government. This statement aligns perfectly with the new Act of Science, Technology and Innovation, and also with the new Spanish National Strategy on Open Science that we have launched a few weeks ago. In this strategy, we recognize the significance of science as a shared public resources and promote open access to research outcomes, including data funded by public agents. Our national strategy of open science has 4 different objectives. The first one is guaranteeing the existence of interoperable digital infrastructures. The second one, fostering proper management of research data generated at national R&D through FAIR principles. The third one is implementing open and free access. And finally, establishing new research evaluation mechanisms. The strategy, of course, is aligned with the set of measures and principles and policies promoted by the European Union to move forward towards a research model based on an open publication of research results and data. And as you already know, Spain is taking over the presidency of the Council of the European Union in 10 days. Now, we can see the slide that I think you have made some picture of it. And please save the date, because in the upcoming Challenges semester, our aim is to strengthen the European Union's initiative towards achieving open strategic autonomy, promoting digital and green transitions, and enhancing collaboration with third countries, particularly from Africa and Latin America and Caribbean regions. International collaboration, together with sustainability and environmental challenges, will be the pillars of the Conference on Research Infrastructures that Spain will organize as part of the next presidency of the Council of the European Union. It will be held in Tenerife, the 25th to 26th of September. And I think there is also other related meetings. For some of you, it could be interesting to take note as well. And well, we hope to see you all in Tenerife. We think that if strengthening collaboration, we can enhance the quality of science and ultimately improve the lives of everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Raquel Iotti, and also thank you to Signe Ratzo and Mats Persson. While the conference comes to an end, the work to increase access to research infrastructures and to their data and services continues. At the website of Sweden's presidency, you will find the Lund Declaration, and also the recordings of all conference sessions are available on that website. We would be very pleased if you could answer just 2 final Menti questions about the conference, about the takeaways and whether the conference met your expectations. And I would like to say a big thank you to all of you, to participants, speakers, other contributors, declaration endorsers, and organizers at the Swedish Research Council, at Sweden's Innovation Agency, Vinnova, and of course at the Swedish EU presidency. So thank you all. And for those who registered to go to the ESS ceremony, there will be a bus leaving at 2:30, same place as yesterday, just across on the other side of the fountain, outside AF Borgen. Now, Swedish fika is served again, and then safe travels back home, everyone.